All right, awesome. We're all up and running. All right, recording has started. We'll give a couple minutes for people to get in, and then I'll start doing the breakdown for today. Yo, what's up, Casper? Good morning. What's up, Wissy? Hope you're doing good, Wizzy. This thing is on a mission. Yes, sir. Yeah, NQ is on a mission today. Yo, what's up, Chance? I'm a little sick. So sometimes I'll just be quiet because my throat hurts a lot. But I will do my best to talk about the important stuff. Yeah, Wizzy, exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. That is what I'm thinking. This is the final goal, but yeah. This is not too out of the reach right here. Can you look at 601 candle? Six at ones. Oh, right here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Did it type in on the micro though? Nah, not even on the micro. That's unfortunate. We hit a 1 hour bear sweep. Yeah. Yeah, right here. That's what I was looking at right now. That's why you saw me hovering my mouse here. We did that. Plus we filled the new day opening gap that we had here. We hadn't filled yet. So I'll keep my mind open for it. But I'll put an alarm on this one right here. I'll keep my mind open. I mean, we do have obviously new day opening gap below, which is quite big. So could target a bigger dip into it. It would be valid. And this would be a 1 hour as well. Right here. So yeah, I'll keep my mind on that. Be honest, there's nothing for me to do here till any of these lows get swept. For now, I'll be flat. Well, I guess I should put this right here real quick, just so I remember it. Oh. Not sure how much weight you put on it, but it's also a 15-minute bullet too. How far away is it? Here? Wednesday. No way at all. Wizzy. 0 weight. Too far away. 5 days is hella far away. It needs to be 3. And ideally 2 if I'm really going to care about it. Third day is fine though, but ideally 2. How many years did it take before you became profitable? 4. 4 years. Because I just became profitable last year consistently. I got a payout like my 3rd year, but I wouldn't call that profitable. That's just a payout. And then last year is when the equity curve actually became profitable to where I can consistently be green every month. And then this year it's where I hit the point where I can be green every single week. Yeah. Yeah, just treat it as a 1 hour. Wizzy, don't get too fixed on that idea. Honestly, don't get too fixed on that idea. Don't let it cloud what's very obviously happening right now, which is we're clearly going up, right? Give me a second. Let me finish this post real quick. Then I'm gonna post on the breaker chat because somebody talked about how they took a couple L's. So I'm gonna do a transparent post with them in a second. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So let me first answer Wheezy and then I'll answer you, Chant. So Wheezy, I've been talking about this high and this high for a few days now, since last week. Like, I wanted to get this high a long time ago. We obviously didn't do that. I wanted to get that high a long time ago. We obviously haven't done that yet. This is the Trump breaker. And so we could get that Trump breaker now, or maybe not. We'll see what happens. But this is a valid 4-hour breaker right here. I mean, a sweep. The breaker is here. We close above it here. First leg swept. Now we're going up. If we go on the hourly, remember 4-hour sweep, 1-hour breaker. This CISD is valid right here. And the projections take us to the 4, and then the 4 standard deviations take us literally right to the Trump breaker. So that's what I'm following right now in the higher time frame, because it makes sense to me. On the daily, that story also makes sense. Why? Because this is a daily sweepable here, right? After the CISD here, daily sweepable. There's nothing else, right? Price didn't print anything else inside of this. So at the very least, either we go above here and create a new breaker down, or we go above here and create a new breaker down. So either way, I can be targeting this, even though I'm not, like I can target this even if I'm bearish on the market for the long term because of what it's left behind. That's what makes the most sense. So yeah, don't get distracted by this right here. If this is going to be the actual sweepable, it will make it very obvious, and there's nothing for you to do anyways. The earliest you can get into a move here after that sweep is going to be a 15-minute breaker. So it has to close below here for you to even be thinking, okay, cool, like we're going to be bearish long term. You can get a scalp, but obviously that's going to be a lot riskier for you to get a scalp. So the only way I would want to get short, if I am going to get short, it's going to be for this to literally print a 5-minute breaker here. So print some sort of 5-minute breaker like so. And then I would wait for that 5-minute breaker to have its sweepable for us to sweep it. And then that's when I would want to short. I wouldn't do anything off the 1-minute time frame here to look for shorts. Is there going to be a short in the 1 minute? Of course, because if there's going to be a retracement, there is going to be an opportunity to retrace with, but it's like catching, you know, a falling knife. Like, well, in this case, it's a rocket. And if you get on, it's going to take you to space, and your P&L is just going to be extremely negative by doing so. So yeah, that's what I would be focusing on. I would focus on continuations for now, unless we just make the structure on the higher time frame at least 5-minute to be able to pull back, because there is quite a few sweeps that got left open. We got this one, this one, this one. This is left open. This is left open. We got the hourly. So let's go back to the hourly time frame real quick. On the hourly time frame after the CISD here, we have swing high, low, and then swing high here. That's an hour sweep, and that's below the new week opening gap. I mean, the new day opening gap, I'm sorry. And then here, this closing above this is also CISDs right on this part. So swing high, low, and now higher. That's also a new sweepable here. So what we could see is a retracement back here into then a long, and yeah, so quite a bit to unfold there. Now on the 4-hour, go back out. The 4-hour, there's no busy here on this section till here. Okay, this 4-hour busy on the 4-hour is valid. Let's do that. Okay, this 4-hour busy is valid per model here. So I could see us dropping back down here eventually, or maybe even before the end of the week. So it's not that the shorts are wrong, but this could also stay open indefinitely. Like, we don't know when this is going to come back and get filled. And it might not get filled at all. Like, you might just leave it open like this and we just keep on going. So yeah. All right, let me read what you said. Good catch on the 4-hour. Okay. How many years did it take you to be profitable? How did you handle that mentally? It's been hard. It's been hard, Chance, to be honest with you. I mean, I wanted to quit many times. And yeah, it's not an easy thing while you're unprofitable. It's just not. Anybody who tells you it is, like, they're lying. But I knew I could make it work. It was just a matter of figuring out how to make it work. And reality is that it wasn't what I was trading. It was what I was doing mentally on the charts. Like I had a gambler tendency where tendency, where, you know, if I lose, I want to get that back right now, right this second. And then I would just let that cloud my judgment, and I would just throw any plans away and go into the next trade. Yeah. What about the breaker from 701? Yeah, I wouldn't sell that chance. Me personally, I just wouldn't sell that. It doesn't mean that this cannot deliver anything, but to me, this is just a random breaker that has nothing to do with anything that I do. Like, literally, it's just a random breaker. So I'm not gonna get into some random breaker that has no structure for what I follow on my model. I have a whole PDF that I created with my whole model, and it's like 60 something pages. So I have a really detailed model that I specifically follow. You guys haven't seen me perform my best in the last couple of days, just because I was trying to add something into my trading. But I decided yesterday to remove that out because it actually makes that gambler tendency to come out again. Did I share it? No, the PDF is only for my paid students. So I will be sharing the content of it. So like I will be sharing what it is on my YouTube channel. That's the first class that dropped today at 6:30. It's explaining my actual model, how to enter, what the protocol is, and so on. And I'm going to be expanding on it every week. So it's going to be Monday, Wednesday, Fridays that I'll do the actual class video. So class 1, this is the basics. Class 2, I'll expand. Class 3, and so on. And then I'm gonna do daily night reviews where I go over price action through my model's lens, talking about what I did right, wrong, what I could improve on, or what I wouldn't change. Because sometimes I wouldn't change anything I did. Sometimes I did everything I needed to, and it's just chances that happen, and you just get stopped out, which is fine. The thing you were gonna try also had my mind racing for a bit, but I've decided not to even think about it anymore. Yeah, Wheezy. For sure. Honestly, like it's great. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome. It's amazing when it works. The problem is I don't have yet the built-in patience to add it onto my model and not let it cloud my judgment. That's where I went wrong. When I was studying it, I was studying it on their very specific places, like places that made a lot of sense to me, right? Like very specific highs and lows that made sense per my regular model. But when I went live, I saw it everywhere, right? And that's where I went wrong. Any high, any low, I was ready to roll with it. And that's where I went wrong with that. So I'm going to say that it's good. And I do plan to add it on eventually. But as of right this second, there's quite literally no reason for me to do it, because it won't benefit me. It will set me back more than it will benefit me. So for now, I'll stick to 15-second entries, fair value gap entries, and then the regular breaker block entries. And then eventually I do want to work towards adding that, because it obviously would be a great way to boost accounts. But I have to just have more self-control around it and more experience. I mean, I literally just started watching it this week. So like this was my first week live with it. And obviously it takes time for that to be consistently good. So I need to demo trade it. to really make it something that I can add onto my toolbox. But I just don't have the time to demo trade it and do everything else I do because I'm live streaming every day. So it just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense for me to add it right now. I'll add it later on. I'll be right back. All right. Yo, what's up, Powers? It's 2:30 or 3 a.m. Let me take a look. On the 15? No. No, it's not. Not on the 15. Because there's no CIZ here. There's no breaker here. There's no breaker here, and there's no CIZ here either. So no, they're not. They are on the 5 though. Breaker on the 5. Sweepable is here. And I think this is equal lows. Oh no, it's not. There's actually a run on that. So yeah, so this actually was a sweepable there. This was bullet 1. Yeah, this was bullet 1. And then this was bullet 2. This. Double check. Yeah, that's bullet 2. So bullet 1, this is bullet 2 here. And let's see. Did that deliver already? It has not. It went to 2.5, 3, and it's coming back down. So that's probably a good projection to follow. Another on that. I forgot to add the projections from today's valid place. This was valid, I believe. So we got that, and that already finished here. We did have a pullback. Already finished. We got this. This also was valid. We're following that one, which already hit 4. Past 4 already. I think that's it. Yeah, so this probably won't turn around until we hit that. Or we might have a deep pullback and then we're going to go and hit that. Yeah, when people start calling high of the week, I already know that high is not the high of the week. Yo, Jacob got his payout. That's so cool. Let's go, Jacob. They put this up here just so when people tune in, they know why I'm so quiet. I'll put it right here on the left. I should probably do something like bias, neutral, lean up. I'm neutral, but I lean up slightly. So I'll do that. And then waiting for sweep on lows to up. Is this algo box? What is algo box? What is that? Yeah, I don't know what algo box is. No clue. Is that a brand? Is that a person? Is that a model? $7.40 right here. Why did you move your stop there, Chance? Thought it would never come back to the high. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like if you're on that short, that type of short is one of the ones that you have to play stop loss or take profit, because you're counter trending. Like trend is up, you're countering that, right? A deep retracement is expected. Yeah, but was it the right decision then to move stop because you're counted? No, it's not. It's not, because if you're okay, you enter that trade because you see the potential that it's gonna go down, right? That's the edge you're trying to play. Now, I don't know why you got into that breaker specifically. I know why the people got on it on the other group that I'm in, because there's a SMT on the high, and so they're playing the SMT breaker to the downside. So if that's the reason why you got on it, for example, you're playing the fact that it's going to be either a retracement, deep retracement, or a reversal, right? Those typically go to 2 standard deviations, give or take, sometimes more if it's a retracement. If it's a reversal, it's going to go to 4 standard deviations. So if that's what you're playing, which is fine to do that, then you moving to break even so early makes it so that you're cutting off the potential profits of the edge that you were playing, just because you're fearful that the trend is going to keep going up. But if that's the case, you shouldn't have been on that trade to begin with. Because if your thought process was it can go up higher, then you shouldn't have even opened up the trade. You should have just stay flat. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, you're scared that your stop is going to get hit. That's why you move to break even. So if that's the case, you shouldn't have opened up your account to risk to begin with. Because now, okay, when price was here, you took the risk still. Price moves away, you move your risk down, you get stopped out, you get nothing out of the trade. Price then runs without you. So you open up yourself at the most vulnerable position, which was when the trade was not even expanded. And you're closing it before it even gets to, again, the most vulnerable position, which was this high. So let your stop until price hits 2 standard. Well, it depends on your target trends. I don't know what model you trade. Like, I don't even know if you have a specific model that you specifically do. So it's difficult to say what, you know, what you should or not expect out of the market. But I can tell you that that break even was just emotional. Like, there was no logic behind it. And it might just be that you don't have a specific model, and that can be the leading cause of the quote unquote emotional break even. Like, it could definitely be that. Like, you just got to think about it logically. Why did you get into the trade? Right? What did you see on the trade that made you want to pull that trigger to begin with? Like, what odds were you trying to play? And has that changed? The answer is no. Then why are you moving your stop? Also, if you're expecting it not to come back up at all, you were expecting like a low resistance liquidity run to the downside on a reversal or a deep retracement, which also just like for the most part, that just doesn't happen because I mean, we've gone straight up with very little resistance, right? So for it to just go straight down and just fall off the bat with literally no retracement at all, it's expecting too much out of the market because the market has already moved a lot. So it needs to slow down eventually and then it'll pick back up, speed back up. People call it like time distortion. People call it ranging, whatever you want to call it. But it's done a lot today already. And so because it's done a lot today already, it's not going to do a straight up in a straight line and straight down in a straight line either. This is a really good question to think about. Yeah. I mean, we make a lot of decisions throughout the day. And our mind wants to make them seem logical. Well, I did this because you can do this. Well, if that's the case, then why did you even get into the trade? You know, if you knew you could do that, then the trade was never valid and it wasn't risk that you were willing to take. So why did you pull the trigger? So that sort of thing will keep a trader unprofitable for a very long time because they just change on the fly. And these charts are designed to pull on our emotion, right? Like you see it go crazy in a straight line up. Next thing you know, a 180 is to the downside. You see it go crazy down and then a 180 is to the upside. You see a really good trade that you feel good about at first, like here, that pulls back and this pullback looks very strong. But this is a V-shaped reversal pullback. What I mean by that is there's no potential breaker in this whole leg all the way till up here. So there's no change in set of delivery to the upside on this move. So literally price gets up here. It would have to go in the straight line from here to here to be a change in set of delivery. Look, there's no breaker here. If you draw the path tool from this swing high, there's a swing low here. Is there a swing high there? No. So you have to go to the next swing low. Swing low here. Is there a swing high here? No. So you have to go to the next swing low. Here. Is there a swing high here? Yes. But it's red candle. And it's a low, high, low. But these are all red candles. But there's no blue candle here, which means it's a breaker. So when price goes above here, there's no change in set of delivery because there was no blue candle. There's no breaker block here. If there's no breaker block, there's no change in set of delivery. So yeah, this is just a straight line. Price would have literally had to go all the way up here, close above this to be CISD. So you're banking on the fact that this thing is about to have a V-shaped reversal rather than banking on the fact that it's going to push down a little bit lower to at least 2 standard deviations. This is just fear. Like this pullback, it's scary. And I used to close like that all the time too. And I would be like, well, blah, blah, blah. And I would just make an excuse on why I should be doing what I was doing. But my friend and mentor told me like you're just being an idiot. Like literally he just said that. He said you're just being an idiot. You're being a bot. You're literally just making that decision on the fly because you just have fear that your stop is gonna get ran, but you don't actually have a logical reason behind it. So then he asked me, how many times do you actually see V-shaped reversals like that are aggressive like this? Not very often, but they have happened. So now my mind is accustomed to thinking every trade is going to go V-shaped reversal against me and it's going to stop me out. So then I have this fear that happened one time, or maybe on a trade that was in a lot of profit and it went sour. And because of that one experience, now I think every trade will do the same thing. But if this was going to go up higher, it would be from here. Because now it does have a potential breaker right here. We close above this. This is a breaker. That can be a change set of delivery, and it can actually go up higher. Low, high, lower, low. This blue candle here becomes a breaker block. So that's where your changes to the delivery would happen once we close above that swing point. So yeah, if this happened, yeah, it can actually come up here. Okay. Now, again, I don't know your model. So even if that happens, it doesn't mean you have to go to break even or close the trade. It just depends on what your actual model is. And if you look at SMT or if you don't, or I don't look at SMT, for example, I look at my sweep levels that are very specific. And if it's not that sweep level, I don't care about it. But yeah, just ask yourself that question. Why did I get into a trade? Right? What was I playing? What was the target? And what changed after I got into the trade? If nothing changed, then there's no reason for the stop to move at all, period. There's nothing for you to do. If you didn't do analysis prior to the trade good enough and you were like, well, you know what, I actually got on that trade on the fly and I don't even know why I got on that trade, or I don't know what I was playing. Like, I don't know. I didn't actually have a target. That's a different story. You know, that's a completely different story. You shouldn't have been in that trade to begin with. So if you close that trade because you shouldn't have been in it to begin with, then that's fair and that's understandable. And you should definitely close that trade because you don't know what, like you didn't have a plan. So if you didn't have a plan, you shouldn't have been in to begin with, but you're in it. So go ahead and close it. Yeah, no problem. Hope it helps. Yo, Dory, did you see Apex doing 90% off? Are you gonna load up again? I think you have 10 accounts, right? Oh, you're max. Oh, I didn't know you were max. Nice. Dory, did you ever add what's it called? Tradify? Yo, that's not because of you. Did you know they pay $5 million this week? 2.5 to JCap and then 2.4 to the other guy, whatever his name was. Yeah, that's a lot of cash going out the door. Honestly, like for sure, like it's undeniable that whenever they make a huge payment like that, like they go and make a discount. Like it's literally undeniable. Yo, what's up, Clutch? It's yeah, it's just undeniable. Every time that has happened, literally they go on a huge discount. Yeah, if somebody requests a huge payout, they literally always do a discount, like straight up. Like, okay, it could just be the timing being like perfect, but like it happens so often that you really can't help but assume that that's actually what's going on. They gotta get it back in blood. Yeah, the blood of the customers. We're paying them. I mean, that's how props run, though. Like that's just the way it is. You get people to sign up. You give payouts from the people who just signed up to the couple of profitable people, and that's it. Like that $2.5 million. It's not even Apex who pay that. We pay that. We pay that. We, the customers, we pay that. It's like a lottery. And you get more people to pay for the next people. Well, it's not a lot. It's like a Ponzi scheme, right? You get the initial wave of investors paid from the second wave of investors. And then the second wave of investors gets paid from the third wave of investors. And then you just keep doing it until there's no more wave of investors to go around. And that's when the Ponzi scheme falls. That's what happened to my Forex funds. That's what happens to funding talent back in the day. If you were part of the Forex COVID era, that's what happened to that new firm that went down already on futures, whatever their name was. The ones with the racing car firm. I mean, that's just how it goes. That's just what they do. If you don't have a good payout structure and enough rules to keep people from making a bunch of money, fast track, that's what they are. Now, if you don't got hella rules to keep people unprofitable, like you're gonna get rinsed. That's why they have to have just as many rules as possible to keep people the least profitable they can, or limit them as much as they can so that they don't make too much at once, because once they do, like, they're cooked. Like Apex is fine. Like they've paid literally hundreds of millions of dollars now because they're just so big. But the other thing is that the whole culture of like copy 20 accounts is the only reason why they're so profitable, because people actually do copy 20 accounts, but they're unprofitable. So people with a lot of money, and I've met people who literally have done this, and honestly, I've done it myself. Like last year, I was doing my taxes, bro. I spent like $8,000 with Apex in the span of I think it was 2 months. Not even 2 months. It was like a month and a half. I spent literally $8,000 with them because I was under that. Yo, let me copy trade. Let me buy 20 accounts. I'll hedge 10 against 10, blow up 10 automatically. But then when I do pass, I'll activate those 10. And yeah, it's just terrible business. And that's just what I was doing because that's what everybody was doing, right? And so you pay the activation fee to get cooked because you don't actually know how to sustain the accounts. And so you just get absolutely smoked by the market. You just do it over and over. It's actually ridiculous, bro. But I'm not the only one who's done that. Like that, literally, I'm not the only one who's done that. There's so many people who've done that, so much so that that's what people advertise. And the problem is that affiliate people, even affiliate people were advertising that, right? And so the affiliate people were just rinsing people not knowing any better because they're advertising. I'm like, okay, that's the best way to do it. So that's how I'm going to do it. Everybody's talking about that. That's the way I'm going to do it. Not realizing that affiliates obviously would love for you to buy 20 accounts at once and blow them all at once, so then you can reload up again. And that's why they're making the video about it. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, ridiculous that I was doing that. But again, I'm literally not the only one. I've met this dude, and I kid you guys not, he told me he had spent close to $100,000 already with Apex. 0 payouts. Not one payout, bro. Not a single payout. 100K down the drain. What was he doing? It was literally doing that. Copy trading 20 accounts, blowing them. Copy trading 20 accounts, blowing them. Copy trade another 20, blowing them. And he would just do that over and over and over. Ridiculous. The guy was he was an IT guy. So he made good money through his job. But yeah, he was just a straight gambler. You've heard of, yeah, bro, I used to buy multiple challenges in one single day in the Forex space. It was terrible. I would literally fail the morning and before the market even opened, and I would literally go and buy more. I would blow up a London session account and I would buy one for New York right after. Yeah, like when Tenny and I tell you, like we've been through it all, and we literally done the dumbest things in the world. Like we really have. Him more than me. He's lost even more money than I did because Tenny had more money than I did. I was a regular, you know, person barely making any money, relatively speaking. Thankful I was too broke to do that. Yeah, you got to be thankful of that, Clutch, because then you have stories like me blowing up 10K in a month for no reason. Like, yeah, just straight up bot activity. I don't know what I was doing, bro. Too much disposable income is bad in trading. How much have I blown? Bro, to get where I am right now, I mean, at the very least, no doubt in my mind, I've blown at least 50 to 60K. At the very least, like, no doubt. If price sweeps the high on the left, it's a valid setup for a bearish breaker on the lower time frames. Just got here. So Lucian, I don't know what your model is, but for my model specifically, it's not for me. If that high gets swept, it would be. Oh wait, wait, hold on. Sorry. Do you mean this high here, Lucian, or do you mean this high? Sorry, let me double check what high you're talking about so that I can answer. Used to buy multiple 100. Yeah, exactly. Clutch, like nasty work, bro. At full price, like at $500 a pop. Crazy times. Nah, it was nasty work, bro. Like that was insane. I wish I had somebody to slap me upside the head and be like, stop being an idiot. Yeah, no, solution for me specifically, this high is irrelevant to me. It doesn't mean anything. So that's why I'm not on the short to begin with. Because I don't expect this high to hold. I actually expect a continuation play. But specifically here, there was no continuation for me. I needed this to be swept for me to have a continuation play out. So just chilling, waiting for this to get ran. Once it gets ran, then we'll be in business. If not, then I'll get a new breaker. Let's see, potentially here on the 5 minute. If I get a new breaker here on the 5 minute, then I would wait for the low to get put in for us to run it, and then for us to then continue up higher. But yeah, as of now, I'm flat. Nothing for me to do. But yeah, Dory, too much disposable income in trading, honestly. When you're an idiot in your first like infant stages of being a new trader, it's literally just absolutely it's the worst. It's literally the worst. If you don't have somebody in your corner, like as soon as you, okay, if you have a lot of disposable income, but somebody's in your corner like Tenny or like me, who have spent a lot of money doing stupid stuff, like it's fine because they can just tell you, hey, you're doing something extremely dumb. What you're doing is rushing the process, right? And if you just chill out, don't rush the process, all this cash that you are throwing away, you can actually stack it up so that when you're ready and you actually have a process, you have the experience, you can then deploy that income into then working a lot faster because now you have everything down. So me doing the stupid 10 accounts versus 10 accounts was such a dumb thing, even if I had the disposable income, because I wasn't ready to handle 10 accounts, 20 accounts at a time. And that's why I got a payout and then I blew it right after. Like it, because I didn't have what it took to actually sustain that for a long period of time. So it's not bad to have disposable income, obviously, if you start trading, as long as you have the right people around you to give you good advice and not let you be an idiot. Like it's fine. The problem is I didn't really have anybody around me telling me I'm being a total idiot, right? Like my wife tried to tell me like I'm being an idiot, but I'm like, nah, my wife doesn't trade. She don't know any better, right? Like she doesn't see the vision right now. She don't know any better. Nah, my wife knew better. Like for sure my wife knew better and I was being an idiot. Yeah. I have wasted 3K on impacts last 1 year, 0 payouts. When did you start becoming profitable? Turning point? Last year, for John, right? Last year is when I would say it's actually profitable. I got payouts prior to last year. Like I got payouts in 2023, but I wouldn't say I'm profitable at that point because yeah, we get some payouts on a few months, but then the other ones I would go dry for a long time. So because of the nature of prop firms paying you way more than what you spend in sometimes, as long as you have okay stats, that's what made it quote unquote slightly profitable, but it really wasn't. Like if you actually look at the numbers, it really wasn't. I was just getting lucky on one eval every now and then with the funded account and so on. So it really wasn't until last year where I could say, okay, cool. Like I can actually pass every eval I want to, and I can sustain the funded account after the fact as well. Like right now, that Tradify account, honestly, for the last week, I was an idiot. I'll just say that. Monday and Tuesday, like I was a total idiot this week. Missed my A setups twice in a row. Talked myself out of the trade. So that was just literally on me. And it's because I was trying to add extra sauce onto my model that I haven't back tested long enough on demo to actually add the extra sauce. So it's not that it's bad that I was trying to add it. It's more so that it's bad that I was trying to add it and trade it live immediately rather than going to demo with it like I typically do with everything else I do. So yeah, I was being an idiot, and that's why the account is on $1,000 drawdown. So $1,000 drawdown, that means I only have $1,000 to work with on that Tradify. So I only have half of the drawdown. Some people may be like, man, you only have $1,000 to work with now. Like that's very little. I'm under the impression like I have $1,000. That still gives me 10 trades to work with. I'll bounce back. That's why I'm still doing the series. I haven't, made like I'm quitting the challenge or whatever. Like I'm gonna bounce back. And if I don't, then it's fine. I'll lose that one account and I'll buy another one and do it all over again. It's worth it. But I don't have you know, the ups and downs that I used to, where I'm like, oh my gosh, like everything is falling apart. I felt that way a few times in the last 4 months, where when I go on a losing streak for 2 days, 3 days, I'll feel the pressure of that, because I mean, I'm still human, right? And it's not until, again, the last year where I really hit that profitability. And Tenny talked about this, for those of you who are in Discord. Tenny talked about this a while back, where once he became profitable, he always had that, like, maybe I'm not actually profitable. Maybe I'm just on a really good run for the past 2 months, or for the past 3 months, or for the past 4 months, and everything is about to crash down all over again. Like, maybe I'm not actually profitable. Maybe I'm just getting lucky with a little bit of a slight edge. And that's how I felt. A lot of times when I go on a losing streak, that's how I feel. Like, I'll feel that way, but then I just have to talk back, sensing to myself, and be like, dude, you're not lucky. There's no way you're lucky. Like, you're calling these moves every day, every week. And even if you make the wrong choice, like, you still knew better. You just, again, you were being silly and you just did something else. Like, you made a different choice because you were being silly, because you still have emotions and you're human, but you're not lucky. But I felt lucky many times before. But yeah, I struggle with it less than before, obviously. But it's still creeping to my mind, where I'm like, maybe I've been lucky for the past 5 months. Maybe I've been lucky for the past 6. I don't know. Too much income with no mentor. Yeah, exactly. Clutch. Like, literally, that's what it was. Way too much income with literally no mentor in trading to tell me, yo, you're being an idiot. Thank you, babe. Thank you. Honestly, I thought you were gonna make it any day back then, though. You were still working hard, trying to get funded by enemies. Yeah, not like I was. I mean, as far as like work ethic for the charts, like I have zero problem with working as much as I need to on the charts to figure it out. Like, I'll do whatever it takes to get it done. But I think I just had a harder road than I needed to, simply because I just didn't have good advice from somebody else who I could look up to in the trading space. I mean, social media clouds your judgment. I mean, you know this, Clutch. Like, I personally, I mean, I showed you like a million people that I thought were legit traders. And then the more you learn about trading, the more you realize how fake they are. Like, I legit thought Zuzi was profitable. No lie. Like, I really did. And he might be. Like, I you know, he might be, but like, I'm gonna keep it 100. Like, I just don't believe he is. He might be, okay? If he comes out one day and shows you that he's profitable, okay, cool. But I just literally cannot believe he is anymore, because he never shows losses. He never talks about his trades live. He never, like, everything is hindsight. Every single thing is hindsight. All his trades are on the perfect top and bottom, which is impossible. It's just literally not possible. Not even ICT is doing that. So, like, yeah, it's ridiculous. But when you're hungry for information and you're looking for hope, you're looking for, like, anybody will deceive you. If you're looking for hope, anybody will deceive you. So me seeing his executions on YouTube, I'm like, yo, this is crazy, right? But it's just, you just get deceived by the flashing lights that are happening on YouTube, because the videos are edited and you don't understand that everything is after the fact. But honestly, I don't believe any trader is profitable unless they trade live. Like, that's just my honest conclusion I came into on the social media space. Unless you're trading live, I just don't believe you're profitable, period. Just anybody, I don't care who it is. Like, okay, Jade Cap obviously profitable, but he got 2.5 million, so that's cool. But he also trades live for his private Discord, his private folks, right? Kenny trades live, right? Kenny trades live. I'm trading live. So it's like you can't refute the little live results that are happening in front of the eyes, right? There's no way to edit what just happened live. Whatever trade I took is whatever trade I took. There's no way to edit that. And so that's why I started streaming live every day, because I'm like, yo, I don't want to be like these folks who literally can't trade live and everybody's just supposed to assume I'm actually profitable. So I started live streaming for the private Discord first. Then I went on to doing it on the public, well, not public, but the second section of the private Discord, I guess, which is more public. And now I'm doing it on YouTube. And so like, that's my way of showing people, hey, I am profitable without having to show you actually my account or whatever. Because I also don't want to be that guy who, like, honestly, I don't know how JadeCap, like, or Kane and like people get huge payouts. I just don't know how you're willing to put that on the internet. Honestly, I really don't. Like, the internet people are weird. You can get hacked at any point right now nowadays. Like, they can SIM swap you if they just know who you are, where you live. They can SIM swap you. They can steal your bank info. They can do a lot of stuff nowadays. I mean, Kane was talking about it the other day here on the chat that people literally call his broker to you know, try to withdraw his money from his broker. Like, they'll pretend that it's him. They'll try to. And so he keeps getting calls from his broker letting him know, like, hey, is this you calling us? And it's happened so much so that he literally had to tell him, hey, I'm only going to communicate with you guys like through this specific email. Any other form of communication is not me. And that's it. Like, he had to do that. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if I ever won that type of spotlight, to be honest. But if you see me trading every day and you see that I'm, you know, more often than not, then obviously it's going to show you like what I'm talking about works. It's the same as ICT. Like, he doesn't actually show broker statements. And I know some people are like, well, ICT it's probably fake as well. There's no doubt that ICT definitely has a lot of emotional issues, and he says a lot of stuff that's just not true, or he will change his mind very quickly on a heartbeat with a lot of stuff that he does. But like, realistically, how many people can really say that his concepts don't work? Like, if you try them and you legitimately have done it for long enough to make a real plan, there's just not many people who can say that their concepts don't work, because there's so many profitable traders that give all credit to ICT. And when we say profitable, we're not talking about the people who are making a few bucks. We're talking about the people who are making $1 million a year and so on. Where you can get threats, people can try to extort money. One influencer in India got kidnapped recently and they hijacked his Telegram. He had 100K people in it. And they give, wow. Yeah, see, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want that type of spotlight, to be honest. I just don't. Like, that's insane to me. So, I mean, I'm just letting you guys know up front, like, you guys are never going to see me post I made $5 million prop trading with whoever. Like, it's just not going to happen. I'm not even willing to say where my money is going to be when I put it on a cash account for a broker. Like, I'm literally not even going to be willing to say that, because even that alone will get people curious. And again, people can extract information from you. The internet is a place that doesn't forget. Like, if you ever sign up for like any service online, like, your password's out somewhere on the dark web. And that's not an opinion. That's literally a fact. There's data breaches all the time to businesses. Whether it's like a funky website business or like an actual entity business that's a corporate, like healthcare or whatever, like, hackers literally hack those services, do a data breach, and your password is there, your social security is there, your date of birth is there, like your secret answer to the recovery stuff is there, and all of that information gets sold online. Or you can trace almost anyone who has a digital footprint from a pic. Yeah, that too. Like, if you have a picture online, I forgot the name of the website right now, but there's literally a website where you upload a picture of a person and you will find all the pictures related to that person ever on the internet and put them in one place. That service is so good that people are getting complaints about stalkers utilizing their service to stalk, victims. Like, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I don't know about being the guy who says, yeah, I made $5 million on Apex this week or this month or this year. I don't know. Oh, you remind me, there's this YouTuber put other people's faces below the chart. From Artania? Wait, what? What do you mean, Akita? What do you mean they put people's faces below the chart? Okay. Yeah, find it and show me what you're talking about. They won't know when I hit him for 20 accounts, but there will be signs. Honestly, there won't be any signs when I hit him for 20 accounts. There won't be signs. For me, there won't be signs. I'll still dress like I'm unemployed. I'll still wear sweatpants every day. A basic black t-shirt. Literally my wardrobe, no joke. I have literally like 15 to 20 black shirts that are just straight up a black shirt. They all look the same. And that's all I ever wear. The only thing that changes in my wardrobe is which type of shorts I'm wearing or which type of sweatpants I'm wearing. But they're all black or gray. I have one that's a maroon and one that's a navy blue. Other than that, you literally don't see me wear anything different ever. I don't have pants. I don't have t-shirts with colors. Like, I just don't wear any of that. And that's literally how you're going to see me dress when I hit Apex for the 20 accounts and whatever, all the other firms. And like, that is literally going to be the same fit. You won't see me change anything. Oh yeah, my bruh said your PC stuff though. Yeah, no, you know what? There will be signs because my setup is gonna be get crazier and crazier. That's the only thing that will be a sign. My setup is just getting crazier. Also, my food. That's the other sign. If you know where I go out to eat. Yeah. My DM will be the sign. That's it. You're gonna let me know. Glass mouse pad. Brilliant. Yeah, I have a glass mouse pad. It's a gaming glass mouse pad. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. It's called Wagyu every night. Yeah, exactly. So it's called the 4th generation of a glass pad by this company named Wallhack. They used to be named something else, but they changed their name recently. And yeah, let me see if I can pop a picture on the screen. It's what it looks like here. Oops, too big. This is what it looks like here. And honestly, it's a game changer. If you game, like, this is the way to go. Honestly, I used to like the cloth paths, but this is the way to do it. Honestly, it's just so much more smooth if you do it like this. And it's really good quality. It doesn't wear down. It gives you a flat surface, so you're not having to worry about like bumps on your desk or anything like that. Yeah, it's good. Glass back top speed entries. But yeah, facts. All right, so the high's about to get ran. No better feeling than taking off a dirty black t-shirt to throw on a fresh one. Yo, literally, like straight up, that's all I wear. My wife goes, "We need to buy you color clothes," and I'm like, "Why?" They're like, "Cause you always wear black," and I'm like, "Yeah, I've been wearing black for like 5 years straight. Like, what's the difference?" Like, exactly. Aren't you tired of that? Like, now, like, we need to get you a different clothes. I'm gonna take you out, and we're gonna buy different clothes. Like, no, I'm just gonna keep wearing black shirts. Oh, let me see this video. Wait, what? Wait, I can't. I'm confused about that one. Hold on. There's this YouTuber. There's a YouTuber put other people's faces below the chart. So I'm gonna change it. Hold on. Not even match. It's a fake. Oh, I see. They just want to be misunderstood so bad. Get a white tee, bro. No, bro. White tees are not it. I'm telling you, the black tees are it. Oh, so you're Akita, you're saying that like that chart is not Tanya's, it's just his own chart. And they do a replay, they mark up, and then the entry goes, but that's not Tanya's actual entry. It has nothing to do with her. He's just stealing the face for the clicks. All the shorts are people's faces, yeah. How many views does he get? Wait, he has hella shorts with other people's faces, like hella shorts. He doesn't have any videos, any long format videos. Yo, I'm about to put Tanya on my shorts. I'm about to do that, but I'm gonna be fading her. So I'll just put her on her short when I'm taking a long, or on a long when I'm taking a short. And I'm just gonna make videos on what not to do. That'll get the clicks.
Is that a swing low? Hold up. That's equal. All right. So I'm waiting for a swing low to get put in the market here. So then we can run below that swing low, and then I'll be long from that entry. So unless that happens, I'm flat, and there's nothing for me to do. All right, I'm almost on my breakfast. You always getting full. What you mean by that? When is the news today? Still eating? You you eat slow, or you just had a lot to eat? No, I was eating slow because I was talking a lot. It wasn't a lot today. It was only 1 croissant, 2 eggs, and a piece of bacon. It wasn't as much as usual. Nine a.m. Forex Factory. Let me see. 9:45. Yeah, it's just 9:45. All right, well, let's see it. Nothing for me to do, so just gonna be flat ski for now. Yo, that's a fire picture, Wizzy. How did you do that? ChatGPT, so good, yeah. That is true. Is that what you did? You just uploaded the picture that you already had, or just tell it what to add? Like keep a similar style to this original picture and add a hippo on the side? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's gotten really good. Their image generation was super trash. Like, I want to say a month and a half ago, it was super trash. 2 months ago, it was super trash. Like, they just made an update for the image generating, and that's when it got really good. This dude paid a lot. Let me see. One voice is lucky fire. Let me see. Two ounce is 10K clutch. Is that, am I reading that right? 2 ounces is 10K for that? Is it common in the US that business owners get extorted by local / big gangs? I would say in the majority of the US, no, that's not common. But depending on where you are, I would say there's a couple places where, I mean, definitely gangs do extort people. Organizations. But I wouldn't say it's like a super common thing. I don't think it's something most people have to worry about. I would say most people don't have to worry about it at all. Are you willing to tell what your average RR level is so far this year? I don't even know the answer to that, Casper, to be honest with you. I don't have I don't use what's it called? TradeZella. I don't use any of that stuff, to be honest with you. I did last year. I literally paid for TradeZella for a year. I swear I used it like 2 or 3 times, maybe at most, for the whole year. And so it's not like the service is not good. It's just that I either A, forget to use it. So I forget to input the data into it the way I'm supposed to regularly. Or it doesn't actually matter. Like, people are so fixed sometimes on, oh, I gotta know all my stats. I think the bottle is thinking, nah, bro. It says right there, POV serving 2 ounce of. Oh, you know, you're right. My fault. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, I think people are sometimes so fixated on their stats, like, oh, I need my profit factor to be this, or I need my blah 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 to be that. But unless you specifically have something that you're trying to strive to become. Okay, let me make a clear example. And let me not be vague. So let's say you collected data over the last 100 trades for my model or whatever model you're looking into. Okay. And you input that data onto a platform like TradeZella, or you make a spreadsheet or whatever. And it gives you the stats. It tells you this is the win rate on it, whatever. Like, and you did everything correctly. And that's the part that it's a little bit tough to say, because people sometimes don't understand this. But when you're inputting that information, what I mean when I say correctly is that we as humans track data incorrectly most of the time. We'll input trades that we would have never taken in a million years, or we don't input losses that we definitely 100% would have taken if we were live trading that day, because we want to be optimistic about our results. So you put all this data into a sheet or into a service, and it spits a number back out, and it tells you, oh, your average win was this, and your profit factor is this, and your maximum drawdown was this, and so on for this 100 trades. Okay, so let's say you tracked everything ideally and everything was perfectly tracked. You actually did the right thing. You included the losses that were supposed to be added, and so on. Okay, if your goal is to get your real life trading to look like that backtest profit factor, like that backtest win rate, and so on, exactly to the perfect level that it was when you did the backtesting, then yes, I do believe you should be tracking that
on a daily basis so that you can get closer to that specific goal, because you're actually trying to achieve a specific model, right? And a specific performance shown by that model on the backtest. Now, will you ever get there? Probably not, because most of the time you will make human mistakes and whatever. Will sometimes you get above that average? Yeah, for sure. As you improve, I'm sure you will eliminate some of those losses. But for the most part, if your model's at a perfect peak level, has a profit factor of 4 or a win rate of 75%, well, you as a human, unfortunately, will probably not achieve that 75%, because you're going to make mistakes as a human and you're going to have discretion. Discretion means that you're going to be doing stuff outside of that model eventually, because that model, when you backtest it, was very black and white and it was all hindsight. So there was no decision making. It was very much like, this happened, so I'm marking it out after the fact. But before the fact, it's the tougher situation. Like, for example, yesterday, I did a review on yesterday's price action. And at the time, I talked about how I didn't like this buy when I was live streaming yesterday. Like, I'm not sure about it. I want to buy. I know the draw is up here. I know it's higher, but I don't like the way the 5-minute is printing. So I talked myself out of this winner, and this was actually a good trade. It wasn't what I wanted to see, but statistically, it's actually a good trade because it was a bullet too. So this is basically the last line of defense if the breaker does form, and it did. So I talked myself out of a perfect opportunity. And that's what I mean by us as humans. We're going to make this mistake. We'll see a perfectly fine trade and we'll talk ourselves out of it, even though the data shows that this is a good trade, right? On hindsight, I can easily mark this out and say, loser, winner, bam. There's no thought process. There's no, oh, I did this or did that or whatever. So there's no shift on the numbers. So yeah, I don't track it because I don't really care. It doesn't really, there's nothing I'm specifically aiming for. There's nothing I'm using as like the goal that I want to get to. I just know that I want it to be obviously higher than lower. And I also do, I mean, honestly, I don't just do one entry, and that's the other thing. You can only hear me on YouTube, not on Discord. Can you guys hear me on Discord? Okay, Kida said yes. So yeah, it's just your money, Jace. Anyway, so I don't just do one type of entry either. And that's the other part about the average R. If I don't have a specific goal, my average R is going to be very, very different, and it's going to vary a lot. I might have an average R on one account of 1 to 2. Another account, you might say 1 to 3. On another one, it might say 1 to 1.5. Because on one account, I'm taking all setups. On the other account, I'm taking only the best setups. On the other account, I'm taking the best setups plus this new entry type I'm testing. So my stats will heavily swing from one point to the other one. What I do know is my win rate is above 50%. That for sure I know, because literally all my accounts show me that I have 50% or above always. So that I can tell you for sure. But like the average R, I can't tell you. Most of them tend to be average of 1 to 2. But that doesn't mean my actual trades are 1 to 2. Like I'm not actually aiming for 1 to 2 trades. Almost ever. Like most of the time I'm aiming for 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, 1 to 10 sometimes. It just depends on what's going on. But also, it depends on the actual, like I'll have
It like the gambler in me will knock the door sometimes, right? For like a couple days where I miss my setups. And so then I go and take something that either A, I know it's not as high probability, or B, I know for sure will get taken out, but for whatever reason, I'll still take it. Like my self-control lacks. And that also is what makes my stats not look as good sometimes. And that's one thing that I'm working on. And I'm trying to reduce that as much as possible. So although every week I'm profitable, I could be probably twice as profitable if I didn't have any of those days where I just do silly things. And it almost seems like I do the silly things on purpose. Like low key, I'll go on a winning streak. I'll go on a 3, 4, 5 day winning streak. And then it's like my brain is like, all right, cool. You've been winning a lot. Let's do stupid stuff for like 2 days real quick. And then I'm like, all right, let me log back in. And then I get back to being profitable right after. But that's something I'm trying to work on actively and reduce because it's just silly. Like, I don't know why it happened. Like, I legitimately have no clue why it happens. And that's why having somebody who you're accountable to is really big. That's why I message Brett and Tenny every day. Boom, bust cycle. Yeah. Yeah. Like I message Tenny every day and Brett every day. All my trades. Literally all my trades. Before I take the trade, I'm like, I put on the chat that I have with them. Screenshot, boom, this is my trade. And I upload it, right? And sometimes they don't really have much to say about it because it's my model. And although they're looking the opposite way, like there's nothing to say about it. It's my model, right? So whether it's right or wrong, it's my model. But whenever I do stupid stuff outside of that model, where like I know for a fact I'm just being an idiot and I'm just taking something that has nothing to do with my model, that's when I want people to keep me accountable and be like, yo, what's that trade about? Like, you don't trade like this, or you don't do this. Why are you taking that trade? Like, what's the point of taking that trade? That's what I basically need in my corner. I need that accountability partner so that, you know, I don't do that stuff that often and I don't fall into bad habits for no reason. Especially right now, I'm scaling. I'm scaling back up. So I'm adding accounts to copy trading too. Last year, I was honestly really scared to do that because what happened with my funding, like I had a lot of funding and I blew it all up in less than a month. Like I got so much funding, I got payouts, and then I literally blew it up right after. So I thought I would be the same now. And that's been my fear, where I just keep thinking I'm going to go back to old habits. So yeah. Okay, so you say, okay, but I'm asking you for your average R for your live trades, no demo / paper. Trying to say what your accumulated realized R might be per month on average. Yeah, no, look, Casper, I literally have no actual answer for you on that. That's why, like, I can't tell you. I wouldn't know. Like, I literally don't track that at all. Okay, I'll give you an example. Last month, no, sorry, not last month. February, I was studying a different entry that is a lot different than what I currently do in terms of the speed on it. You have to be really quick. There's a lot of room for error, but the RR is extremely high. I had literally 15 R days, 20 R days when that was happening, but my risk was not 10%. It was barely 2.5% of my available drawdown because it was something brand new. And I did that live. I wasn't doing demo trading. I was live trading it on the funded accounts as well. And it was very high stress, but it was also very rewarding when I was doing it right. The problem is it's a brand new thing. So I made a lot of mistakes as well. So although some days would be 20R, 15R, some days I would lose 5R or 6R, for the day. And losing 6.5R when I'm making 20 on the other days is not a big deal. But to me, in my mind, it was weighing down on me heavily. So I stopped doing it, not because it doesn't work, but because I'm putting a pause on it for some time till I mentally can handle the stress of that, and I'll bring it back. So that was February. March, I studied a different entry type, which I actually stuck with, and I like quite a bit, and I'm gonna keep on my arsenal. That does higher my R, but it lowers my win rate just ever so slightly, like a very small amount, but it hires my R by 1.5 times, give or take on average. Sometimes it's more than that, but give or take on average 1.5 times. Okay. So it varies every month. And that's why it's difficult to say, okay, this is exactly how much it is. I don't actually know the number, because it just varies so much. Like one month I'm doing this, with the next month I'm studying something else. And when I study, I don't just go demo. Like I'll go demo for a couple days just to kind of get my feet wet, understand how it works. And then I'll go on my funded account and I'll do it on my funded account. I don't demo trade it for the rest of the time. If I just do demo for the whole time, like I won't actually learn, because I won't treat it the same way I would on a live account. I won't pay attention as much and so on. So it's just not beneficial. That's why I have to bring it live. But I do need to at least demo trade something for like a couple of days just to make sure I'm doing it right. I'm not making mechanical errors. Once I realize, okay, there's no mechanical errors, everything is good, then that's usually when I go live. And that's where I messed up this week. I actually didn't do that Monday and Tuesday, and I just went live with the new concept I was trying to do. And yeah, I completely butchered what I was trying to do. So yeah, anyways, I know it's a long-winded answer to tell you I don't actually have a number. I can tell you the stats on like a specific account that was publicly tracked, because that one, it was publicly tracked. I only did one specific type of setup. Oh, matter of fact, I don't even have to tell you. If you go on my tab on the Discord, it's the funded account that I kept uploading for a while. The latest stats are no longer just that one setup, but prior to me posting that screenshot, those were the latest stats prior to me starting to do new stuff on that account. So that's what I guess you would call my normal average. And on that account, I was getting, let me see if I can go and find it real quick. So my profit factor was 2.6. Yeah, it was 2.6 on my profit factor. My average win was 543. My average loss was 233 bucks. And my win rate on it was 52%. And that was over the span of 17 trades that I took over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 trading days at the time that it was tracked. And profit factor prior to that on the eval was 3.5 profit factor. Average loss was 157 bucks. Average win was 335 bucks. So I was getting roughly 2 times my money. A little bit over 2 times my money. My win rate on that was 62%. So that's my base model. There's no link for Discord in here. Yeah, I know, Wizzy. Casper is in our Discord already. That's why I say go on the Discord, because he's already a member of tennis group. All right, Wizzy. Good luck. Oops. Oh no, I don't have another Discord money, Jace. I haven't thought of making one yet, honestly. Yo, what's up? What's up, Spence? All right, Casper. Have a good one. Now I'm waiting for this low to get swept so I can be a buyer. Now, keeping in mind that this 4.5 standard deviations are almost met from here, which was a 5-minute valid sweep. I will keep that in mind. We don't have to reverse after we hit that though. Like, we can definitely just keep going up. So yeah, it's just good to keep it in mind just in case. And just so I'm not too biased. Because if we do go and crash down against it and we create a 5-minute breaker to the downside, then it could potentially mean that we are going to go down long term. Go and sweep everything that we haven't swept, which we have a lot of liquidity left open that just never got touched back after the fact that it was made. So I'm not going to say stay hard biased to the upside, but it is my lean. $9:30 about to open. And then we have them news in a little bit as well. We'll see how that goes.
right, 9:30 open and rip higher immediately. So 4.5 already got met. Let's see what happens after that. Is there any lag using the cup here? No. No, there's not. Yeah, it's just normal.
What alarm went off? That's probably going to be the first percent fair value gap of the day. All right, so first percent fair value gap of the day is here. I'll mark it out, including the volume imbalance. There, a little tiny volume imbalance. So yeah, we could see lower prices from the open, and this might not become a sweep. This might become a breaker. Or not. Gosh, that is a fat buy. Was there news? 37. Yeah, was there news? 3 minutes ago? Yes, White House talks of cutting China tariffs from ESJ just now. I didn't see that on oh yeah. I see it now. Thoughts on 936 short? Here? Just break it to the downside? Pikachu? You talking about this?
Oh, okay. Okay, Jake. Appreciate that. Pikachu, you're talking about short in here once we close below here? Mm. Actually, man, what did you play there? Because your projection is from here to here. So what type of projection is that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Lucky mostly. I mean, I have no clue what that projection means. From here to here, I have no clue what that would be. Unless you have a seconds projection, but then your projection wouldn't be anchor there. It'd be anchor from here to here instead of from here to there. This makes sense. All right, let's see what the little news do. Yeah, we might not see any of the lows get taken, and it's just gonna keep running. Unfortunately, we might not see any of the lows get ran.
Yeah, that's literally hella people on that bike.
All right. Can we get a little some? Can we get a little sweep action or something? Yeah, I swear this same song has replayed several times. Why? There's literally like, bro, I kid you guys not. Look, check this out. There is quite literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 songs on this portion of the playlist for this album portion. And the same 2 songs have replayed over and over every time we get to this section. How is that possible? Like, what? I'll have to manually move it.
10 a.m. open. Aggressive. Wait, what's this line? What the hell is this line? Oh, that's the 1 hour breaker. So we made it equal highs to the tick. Shut up. No, we did not. No, we're like one tick off. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're we're one tick under. All right. All right. All right. Still, I wish Wizzy was here still, but yeah. So this 1 hour doesn't matter anymore. I can delete that. I guess he hasn't taken it, so I guess it still matters, but I highly doubt it. Oh, this is previous week's high. Yeah, facts. My bad, Jay. I didn't know his stream had already started. We might be on this one for a long time today. I might stream for the whole day today till 4 o'clock. I just won't talk. So past 12 o'clock, I'll mute my mic. Yo, what's up, DG? Past 12 o'clock, I'll mute my mic. But I'll keep my screen on for the rest of the day. Past 12 o'clock, I just can't talk for a little bit because my baby girl has to sleep. She has to take her middle day nap. Remove this now. This is not clogging my screen. Anya ended her stream already? Bro, she ended that thing quick. What is Kane doing? Let me see. Kane is flat. Yeah, he's flat. Let me see, Tanya. Oh, yeah. She ended her stream quick today.
like the way Tanya ended her stream. I just respect if she sticks to it and off camera. I don't know how she ended her stream. I just know that she ended the stream within like 40 minutes. I would assume it's because there was just a lot of sideways. So she thinks it's going to be poor market conditions, which is fair. There's another market for her right now. I mean, yeah, this is a tough market, so. Me, every time market is my market. Where's that breaker at, baby? Yeah, I feel that. I took a look a couple of weeks ago with no stop loss, still holding. Now we might get back to be Lee. Yeah. I'm trolling, bro. I think 1020 was a 1 minute breaker. It never tied back in. 1020. Let me see. What are you talking about? Yes, it is. Low, high, lower, low, higher, high. Correct. It would be. Kane took a short. He took a short here. And his stop loss is right here. Oh, but he did on ES. Okay. I mean, ES looks better than NQ, I guess, on that. All right, there goes the high of last week. We ran it by a tick. Yeah, it makes ES makes a little bit more sense. I mean, it's a little bit further away. But yeah, I still wouldn't be shorting, honestly, on a day like today. I just wouldn't be shorting. But I'm also not good at catching reversals, so who knows? Who knows? RTH gap, how'd you think it was possible? Yeah, not really. I'm gonna be honest, Clutch. When the RTH is too big, it's less likely to fill that gap the day off. It's more likely to keep going. That's why ICT doesn't trade a reversal when the RTH gap is over 200 points, I think he said. And our RTH gap was definitely well over that. A little unfortunate, we just didn't have a way to get into the moves today. And I technically could have if I would have just done a, what's it called? A lower time frame entry. But yeah, I wasn't trying to do that today. I was trying to take only high probability setups today. Today would have been the day to mess around and do the lower time frame stuff versus the rest of the week so far. Did we ever confirm that 5-minute? We have not. High, low, yeah. So close above here is what we need. Yeah, it's nothing, man. Nothing. What a boring day.
Yo, what's up, gents? Just flat. Nothing to do. There's nothing to do so far. Boring day today. Well, while this does nothing, I'm going to keep it on my other screen. I'm going to look at gold because this guy in the Discord was talking about gold earlier. And I don't think I've ever opened gold for futures. So I'm going to see if my model prints in gold the same way that it does on my regular asset, just to get an idea if it's actually feasible. See if it is. F it. We might add it on the stat. I'm not gonna zoom in yet. I'm just gonna put him. All right, so yeah, let me keep looking at this GC real quick while NQ figures itself out. All right, so 5 minute, bam, 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 and then right there, USD, sweep here, bam, and then 5M here as well. And there's nothing here besides CB. Clutch, what you talking about? You're talking about 1020? 1020 is not valid. At least on the 5 minutes not. Yeah, Clutch. Watch out now. No. Don't get thirsty now. Don't get thirsty. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Only thing you need to watch out for is this low. Either that gets ran and then we go long, or we create a breaker to the downside here below 910 like this. Then we create a high, run that high, and then go lower. But as of now, there's nothing. So I'll get thirsty. $10.15. Getting confirmed. What are you talking about, bro? You talking about this? This is not a breaker. Oh, follow structure. Also, bro, why you put it? Oh god, never mind. Yeah, you can put it in that chat, so it's faster for me to reply. But all right, this is the low. Sorry, this is a low. High, low, high, low, high, low, higher high, right? And then here. So the close to be for this to be a breaker would have had to be above here, which it didn't close above it. So there's nothing going on. The only thing you're waiting for is either we confirm to the downside below here, and then again create a high, run that, and go lower. So this will become your sweepable here. Or we run all the way down here, right? Like so. You would want there to be a 5-minute close by breaker. So you would want it to make a swing high. Go lower one more time. And then you can buy the first 1-minute breaker that comes out of that. Those wicks are so fast and violent today. Yeah, Spence, like they're crazy. They're crazy. Nah, Clutch, I can see why you got confused, because this looks like a breaker to the upside here. Low key, it does look like a breaker. So yeah, I can see why you got confused. It's just a lot of wicks right now. All right, let me keep checking this G's here real quick. All right, so yeah, so valid CB, but then it gets ran here. No breaker. So whatever comes out of that was valid to the downside on the 1 minute. So I gotta check what that looked like. CISD here, sweepable there. I'm just doing this back testing to see if GC is actually a pair that matches with my strat, just to see if I could add it into rotation if it makes sense. Anyways, all right, cool. So that's to the downside. Now let's look at the opposite side to be devil's advocate. So we have breaker, sweepable, swept, take off. So I gotta check this low right here. So I'll check that. So anything else? There's nothing else. All right, now let's go into 1 minute real quick and see what that looked like. So CISD, sweepable, swept, breaker. So bullet one, stop out. Right? Yeah, bullet one, stop out. Gets ran again. No breaker. So no bullet two there. Not on this one at least.
I think it's wrong one more time. Low, high, low. So breaker here, that's bullet 2. So that's 2 bullets so far. And then here, what do you have? And from this high all the way down to this low. Yeah. That's bullet 3. Wait, what time is this? Oh, I would never be trading at this time anyways. This is midnight. All right, we'll still mark it though. All right, so then it goes to 4 standard deviations, pulls back to 2 standard deviations. Okay, I like that. Sweeps. What time is this? London. Sweeps. Here. First breaker. Bam. 4 standard deviations. So you would have lost 2R, and then you would have made 4R. 4R, you're up 6 so far on this day alone. Okay. That ain't bad. Let's keep going. Devil's Advocate is the opposite side. So breaker here, sweepable here, swept. Is there a breaker to the upside here? Yeah, but then this would have already been in play, so I wouldn't have been able to long that anyways. All right, so sweep happened here. No breaker, no breaker. No breaker to this low. So that's the breaker that we're following. So you would have been on this, starting this time, you would have gotten a re-entry here. So you would have been able to be on the short. 4 standard deviations. Yeah, 4 standard deviations got hit. This is all today. Okay. That ain't bad. Hey, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. Okay, this one, yeah, I took a couple more bullets, but I would never be trading at this time anyways. This is 1 a.m., 12 o'clock. Like, I'm never going to be on at this time. For London, I'm never going to be on for this. The one and only New York trade, which this one. And yeah, it's valid. And you would have TP. You would get on your 4 standard diffs. That ain't bad. All right, but that's just one day though. Let's see. Let's look further back. So that's today. Let's look at yesterday. So where's the line for Tuesday? Tuesday 1800. Well, Monday 1800, I guess. NQ still where it's at right now, so and nothing to do is there still. Let me add GC to the watch list real quick, so I don't have to click back and forth. Yeah, NQ still has nothing going on. Again, either we run this low and create a breaker to the downside, and then I would want a high to get put in to then run that high one more time. Not this high, but the intermediate high that would come here. Run that to then drop lower, or we run all the way to this low, then we create the structure for the 5 minute to make a breaker like so, and then on the 1 minute I would get on a buy wherever that is. That's the way I would treat it. Okay, all right, let's go back here. I'm just gonna keep back testing while there's nothing going on, instead of wasting time on the stream just sitting doing nothing. All right, so let's see, Tuesday. All right, so Tuesday, 1800 opens. We have CISD, sweepable, swept, valid busy, candle 1 play here. Oops. Candle 1 play. I'll see what the standard deviations look like on that. CISD here. Sweepable there. Drag that out quick. Nothing else. Straight line. CISD there. On this low. So low,
this is a triple high, so that's not a sweepable. Low, high, low. So this would be the sweepable to the downside for that play. Let's mark it like so. Let's look further to the left. Is there anything else to the left? There's nothing else to the left. So this was not a sweepable here. Well, it could have been on the 15-minute, but let me just focus on the 5-minute first. And then I can zoom out to the 15-minute and see if the 15-minute looks any different. By the way, this is how I backtest everything I do. So I'll go on one time frame, I'll finish that time frame, and then I'll go to the next one and so on, which is basically what I told you guys to do for the model, for anybody who's had a one-on-one with me. It's like you do all the stuff in one time frame and then you swap out to the other one and you start taking screenshots of everything to see why losses were acquired. So yeah, I just opened up my note-taking thing and I'm just going to put a new folder called GC. And I'll start taking screenshots after that. All right, cool. So let's see. So CISD, sweepable, swapped. But then CISD on this side as well. So this is a CISD and a sweepable. There, we did a reverse. Sweepable, no sweep. CISD here. Again, sweepable, no sweep. Then there's nothing. There's no CISD here. Push up higher. CISD, yep, here. Sweepable is here. And here. Is there a BC? I mean a CB? Yes, but it's not till right here. And it doesn't tap candle number 1, but it does tap the CB. Sweepable here. Again, valid CB. There. CISD here. Sweepable there. Swept again. So I'll probably use 2 bullets there, depending on if there was a breaker here or not. Swept again here. This did tap candle 1. Breaker here. Sweepable here. No CB right away. CB got printed here, and this CB actually has a volume imbalance there. Yep, so it did tap it, but it didn't quite tap candle 1. CISD again here. Low. High but no low, so we skip. High, no low, we skip. High, low, finally. That's the first sweepable. There. And this is not a CISD because there's no breaker here. Yeah, no breaker there. And then we do have CISD here with the new day. 1800. And did that get ran? Yeah, it got ran today. Yeah, but this was just a breaker on its own. It had nothing backing it up, so yeah, it wasn't high probability by any means. It wasn't part of my model anyways. All right, cool. So let's take a look. Hold on. Let me see my other chart. Yeah, there's still nothing going on NQ on the other chart. All right, bet. So let's take a look at yesterday. Now that I charted all the higher time frame stuff I need. So, breaker, sweepable, swept. Is there a breaker here? From the lowest place, there's not. This busy is not valid per model, so I'm going to delete this. Because for this busy to be valid, there needed to be a 1 minute breaker to the upside, which there isn't. Low, high, low, high. These are equal lows here. Yeah, equal lows. There's no breaker here at all. Till this high gets ran up here, which is quite the run. Well, I don't know how points work in this asset, but that went to 2, 2.5, 2.5 to the tick, and then we turn around. But that's interesting to see. All right, and then here, what do we have here? We had this turnaround point. This turnaround point happened at the 2, 2.5. So I would consider it to start shorting. So I definitely would have taken this L here. So that's 1 L on this day so far. If I was trading at this time, which again I wouldn't be, but still. Okay. So that's an L. Then price pushes up higher. We hit the 2.5 just above, and we start turning around. I definitely wouldn't have been buying once we hit a 2.5 like this. CISD to the downside. Sweepable here, nothing to do. He didn't get swapped. Sweepable here, nothing to do. He didn't get swapped. CISD again, sweepable. Would have been 1L, 2. Oh, is that a breaker? That's not even a breaker. Hold up. There's no high here, so there's no CISD on this close because there's no high here. So this cannot be a breaker. So no bullet wasted there. Push up higher. This would have been the next entry. I wouldn't have gotten filled on this though. I don't know how it works with the fills on this asset. So I would need to figure that out. All right, so we'll mark it for now, and then we'll put this little tool right here just so I can remember to come back and check that out later on. Okay, so let's assume it's a win for now. And the 5 minute was good. It's a 5 minute would have gotten filled at least if you would have done the 5 minutes. So maybe let me mark out the 5 minute fib. 5 minute fib deliver. 1 minute fib deliver. Zoom back in. Valid CB, valid sweepable, swapped. Everything is good. Closed and filled, yeah, for sure. Sweepable, no breaker to the downside there. Oh, but there was here, so that would have been a bullet that was lost if I re-enter there. Which I definitely would have already been in this trade, and I would just be holding this, so I wouldn't have lost the bullet here. All right, so here to here. Second bullet on that trade, so bullet 1, bullet 2. That's 1 winner, 2 winners, 3 winners. Minus the 2 L's so far I've counted on the day. And then here is our next winner, which gets confirmed here, which, yeah, it is a breaker. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 winners. 4 standard deviations, tagged, 4 tagged, 4 tagged, and 4 tagged here or here. So that's quite good, honestly. Yo, GC looking quite good. I'm not gonna lie right now. It is looking quite good. Yeah, you would have gotten tagged on this candle, and then you're on the drop. And then 5 minute sweepable, but never got swept. New day starts, and we already went over these days so far. All right, let's go on to the next one. 1800 Sunday. Yo, if y'all see anything on NQ, let me know, please. So I don't miss this. NQ, what are you doing now? Let's see. NQ. Oh, it's just 1 minute. I was like, what? Yeah, it's still nothing on NQ. We still gotta wait till this low either becomes a breaker or this gets swept. So I'm just gonna put a little alarm here so I don't miss it. And we're gonna keep on going with the GC real quick. All right, so is this Sunday? Yeah, that's Sunday. All right. Bet. Let's take a look at, wait, this is all from Monday? Sunday to the end of Monday. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. But okay, starting from 1800. So 1800. CISD there. Ooh. Ooh. Hello, NQ. What you doing? There it goes. All right, so I'm still waiting for this to get rin. Okay, so 5 minute failing to close below. It did close below, so we do have a CIZ, although this heavy wick is crazy work. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I would still be flat. There's nothing for me to do. So what needs to happen now is we need to make a high, get put on the 5 minute. Then we run that high. Then we drop like so. And my entry would be here. Or we go below this low. We create a high. That's a potential 5 minute breaker to the upside. And then when we run below that again, then I would have a buy here in this area, like so. So I'll be catching the fractal of the 1 minute. That's then going to become a 5 minute push, and I would be on that move to the upside. Let me make sure Ninja's still logged into my accounts, because I've been AFK for so long. We might not have anything. All right, yeah, everything is logged in still. All right, bet. After a 5-minute sweep, you look for the first 5-minute breaker to get ran. After the 5-minute sweep, you will look for the first 5-minute breaker to get ran, question mark? No, it's not what I said. After the 5-minute sweep here, I will not get into the first 1-minute break, because the potential breaker for the 5-minute is all the way up here. That's inefficient for NQ to do. So what would happen is it would run this low, it would stall, it would run that low one more time, and then it would create a 1-minute breaker here after he runs that low, because now he has a potential 5-minute close by. This 5 minutes too far away. Okay. So that's why I would expect it to run that low, then run it one more time, but it needs to make a high before it keeps going lower. It's what I told you about how you can expect which breaker is going to form depending on how far away it is. This is too far away, which means it's inefficient for price to actually make that the breaker. It can be, but it's inefficient. All right, so we ran the low. So typically here, for example, I would want to buy, right? But again, because, well, not here specifically, but like once we get a breaker to the upside, I would want to buy usually. But in this case, I wouldn't, because again, the 5-minute breaker is like all the way up here, and it can literally just shoot up. Like it can definitely do that, but it's less likely to do that than for it to make a high, go lower, then go higher. Are you bullish, or has your bias shifted? Franco, I can do either one. So whichever one happens first, I'll take it. I don't care. So if we get an intermediate high, we run it lower, I'll be a buyer on the market once we get the breaker to the upside. If we make that high, right? Because that high would also be a sweepable per my model. So if we make that high like so, and before we create a breaker, we go and run that high first like this, then I will be a seller right here. Either way, that high, that intermediate high that's going to come after this run on the low, is going to be either a selling point for me, or it's going to be the potential buying point from me that I want to chase up. But either way, we have to get a high here. Like it's going to happen. So I'm just waiting for either one of those to happen. Whichever one happens first, that's what I'm taking. I'm not going to be super biased on what it's supposed to do. I am bullish. I will say I am bullish, but it doesn't mean I cannot short just because I'm bullish. Oh, my baby girl is going crazy. She's crying her butt off right now. She's off the charts today too. Yeah. Why is there a missing candle here? What the hell? So this is valid. I was supposed to take a lunch 40 minutes ago, and I feel like the moment I leave, the setup will form. Bro, if you gotta take your lunch, man. The chart's gonna be around for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week, for the rest of the month. Also, you can log in on your phone and just trade from your phone if you need to. But yeah, so this is valid per model usually, right? 5-minute sweep right here. Oh, wait. I almost trolled. Hold on. It's not valid. Forget what I said. It's not valid. It's not valid. I almost trolled you. My bad. It was valid, but look where it ran. It ran the low of the breaker that made the sweepable. So there's no long to take from here any longer. Yeah, Wizzy, that's my fault, Wizzy. Yeah. I was distracted. This low got ran, therefore, there's no long play right now. The only play is short. So when we form a high, I'll mark that as a sweepable. So I can delete this right here. I'll mark that as a sweepable. And when we run that, then I'll short. The only way I can play another long is if this gets ran. Right here, this 5-minute. But this doesn't get ran. Right here. Or if this gets ran, all of this, as long as this doesn't get ran. Keep you on my toes. Yeah, bro. No, good call out. Sometimes I need that because I get distracted, especially when the chart has been just so stale for so long. Like, I'll just get distracted and I'll forget my original idea. That's why I wrote it down here this morning on what I wanted to look for, because if not, I sometimes be forgetting. Visually front. So this is not valid. So ignore it. All right, let me catch up on the chat now. Yo, Clutch, Wizzy, I'm telling you, is my best student. And I don't say that because he does my model exactly the way I do it, but because he tries to figure it out. And he tried to make his own version. Then realized his own version wasn't as good. He tried to get fancy with it. And he realized his own version wasn't as good. He's coming back. He's a lost child coming back. But to me, he's so close to being like extremely profitable because he's really good at following stuff. Like once he gets it, he'll follow it regardless. And yeah, I'm telling you, he's up next. My entry was yeah. I'm not gonna say that, Wizzy. I'm not gonna say it was scrap. It definitely wasn't something I would have been taking consistently, but it seemed to work out for a while, right? You just didn't know how to get the actual juice out of the entry. That's all it was. It worked till it didn't. Yeah, exactly. But to be fair, I did try to tell you that before you even got started on that journey. I literally wrote a book Literally a whole book of our response letting you know, hey, just so you know, that's going to be a lot more difficult than just learning literally what you pay me for and just taking it as is right now, right this second. If you just take it as is right now, right this second, like you can get immediate results with immediate improvement, and then you can do other stuff. But you were like, you know, but I want to do this, and I'm like, okay. I mean, it's fair. That's what I did. That's what I had to do to find what I found when I tried to do 10A's model and it just didn't work for me. Just being a pirate? What does that mean? Like you try to steal the idea? Is that what that means? Okay, I could still take a long if we run this low right here. If we run this line, let me put an alarm on it real quick. Then I could take the first breaker to the upside. Still. Because now we would have come out. Low, high, low. Lower, low, right? Awesome. So that gets ran. Okay. If he runs this, I can still take it. If he runs this, I can still take it. If he runs this, I can still take it. Because all of the CISDs here are from this right here. So unless this gets ran, I'm good to buy from any of these places. Okay. Now I know it looks crazy bearish. So, I mean, don't know that I want to be a buyer when this thing is free falling like that. But I will be able to buy up until, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. About right here, give or take. At starting 12 o'clock, I definitely won't be able to. And I might have to stay flat through lunch. We'll see. In about 10 minutes, I will be cutting off my mic because my baby girl has to take a nap. She takes a nap here in my room. So I have to be quiet, but I will keep the stream on. It just won't have a voice commentary. If I need to say anything, I will be putting it on screen like this of what I'm looking for, areas I'm watching, and so on. And I might start doing that. Another term for being a rebel. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Well, then definitely. I might start doing that every day. I don't know. Maybe I'll stream the whole session until I actually log off. Yeah, I'm not sure. If you're watching on Discord, you won't see me execute because my executions are on Ninja. So you have to open up the stream on YouTube to actually see my Ninja Trader. But when I get on a trade, I'll pop the Ninja Trader on. It'll be here in this left corner on the bottom. And you will be able to see where my entry is at or where my limit order is at. Now, I'm not showing it so you guys copy trade it, but I'm showing it so you guys can see that it's not hindsight when I do take trades, as well as so you guys can learn why I'm taking it and when I'm taking it. Like, when do I place the limit order? Do I do it right away or do I do it later on or that kind of thing? Yo, what's good, Rafa? Yo, is that equal loss? Are you serious? Yeah, it is. It's equal lows to the tick to that. Okay, well, I definitely wouldn't be taking the first breaker from equal lows. So I would wait for that to get ran one more time. Whenever there's going to be no trade, I'll keep backtesting GC just so I can gather more data on it, see if it's worth adding it or not. That's a thing I can do from time to time. All right. We might get a little breaker. All right, so I can officially buy for the next few minutes up until 12. As long as we confirm this before 12, then I can take my buy. Breaker candle being outside is good. No IFG. Potentially there will be a busy. Hopefully it closes on the first time. If it does, I'll go for 4 standard deviations. If it doesn't, then I'll go for 2 standard deviations. Yeah, 48, 5. And what's the low? 797.25. 790.725. All right, cool. All right. Wait, why am I not filled yet? Hold on. Did I put in the wrong place? 848.25. 848.25. Okay. Yeah, for whatever reason the micro didn't fill that yet. All right. Order is there. So we'll wait for it to get tagged and hopefully we bag it. It did close on the first time, which is it's good. It did create a busy, which is good. No IFG outside candle. This would be a setup for me. So on this, I would target 4 standard deviations, which would be here.
like so. Up until 12 or 12:10. Up until 12 powers is what I wanted to do, because on the 5-minute, this high to this low is only three candles, give or take. So that would be fine enough for me to be able to take a buy here, no problem. Anything more than that would have been too much. Like it would have been too wide of a gap. So for example, from this high to this low, why wouldn't I expect that high to be the breaker, even if there was a breaker here? Let's say this sweepable was valid still. I wouldn't expect that because it's just too far away. It can happen. I just don't expect that. Rafa, are you requesting to come on stage to actually talk, or did you misclick? I'll pull you up if you meant to request it. Oh, you didn't reply, so I'll just pull you up. Hello? Did you mean to request or not? It's so? Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. It's more entertaining. But I'm about to. Well, you weren't here when I said this a second ago. But what I was saying is that at 12, so in 2 minutes, I'm gonna mute my mic permanently for pretty much the rest of the day, because my baby girl has to sleep and she sleeps here with me. Yeah. So I'll be muted. I'll just keep the stream up. So whatever I'm watching for, I'll keep typing it here on the top right for the rest of the day. Yeah. Are you waiting for entry 848.25, correct? Yeah, powers that actually already got filled on the mini. I just didn't get filled on the micro, unfortunately. But yes, I did have that order there at the time that it happened. Let me take a screenshot. So I'm waiting for that to get filled. What I can see happening here is this candle pushes up, next candle opens up here at 12, and it pushes up right away, leaving a BC. If that BC gets put in place, like so, then that would be fine. I would actually prefer that, because then after that BC is done, price then can come down to candle 1 again, fill that, and then once it fills it, it can then be the continuation to the upside. So that's what I would prefer. I would want this BC to stay open. If it doesn't stay open, the odds of this being an actual good play are gonna diminish by a lot. So at that point, I'll, consider closing the limit order. Yo, what's good? Whole second. I don't know what to call you. So ideally, I don't want it to tag me right now. I want this candle to just push up higher right now. Leave that busy there. But it doesn't look like it'll do that for me. So regularly I definitely would regularly, but I'm willing to take the odds on it. I'm willing to take 2 bullets on this. So if I get stopped out on this, that'll be bullet number 1. And if I have to re-enter a second bullet, then I'll just re-enter the second bullet. I don't have a problem with 2 entries on it. All right, so I'm tagged. Let me double check that everything is where it's supposed to. What's the stop on that? 9725. 9725. All right, cool. 05050. Zero 50. I'll put my TP just shy of -4, just so I get fill in the micro, in case the mini doesn't. All right, but it's 12, so I'll be muting my mic. Again, my idea is this. If it gets stopped out, I'm willing to take a second bullet on it. He likely will get stopped out just because there's no busy. That's just kind of the way I see them usually happen whenever we don't get the busy. So yeah. All right.
appreciation of mid-century work on the coasts hasn't stopped since it was designed. Here in the Midwest, Indianapolis, our options